Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PST Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strange Virgin, and today we are getting into my coding day, where I am currently programming out my Unity C# game of GGG, otherwise known as Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins. Well, it should actually be the reverse. It's Ghouls, Ghosts, and Goblins, otherwise known as GGG. So, we are going to be, if I remember correctly, we got through most of our roadblocks from a couple weeks ago, all thanks to DevBB. So let me go ahead and bring up some of my files here real quick. Pardon me while I get some setup done here. Now let's see. Yeah, DevBB. Let's see. Got that going. Got that going. Let's see. Switch over to webcam for you guys. Only thing that I'm missing right now is getting Discord up and running. So we'll work on getting that going. Okay, so for the longest time, I was really kind of having a hard time trying to get locations done, or spawn locations being correct, and Q hinted at it, in that maybe I should reset the agents into themselves, but he didn't know the process of it, which is perfectly fine. I mean, he gave me some information that I probably could have tried to work out a little bit more, although I wouldn't have known why it was working the way it did. DevVB kind of filled in those gaps, so thanks to both of them on that. Appreciate it. So, all right, we're going to get. Let's see. Everything's looking good there. Hop onto my Discord channel. Okay. Let's get this live. So, now, shouldn't have to worry about these two anymore. But I have a funny feeling that I'm probably going to be seeing them again at some point, or I'm probably going to have this similar problem later in the future. But at least I know how to go about fixing it, so hopefully I remember at that time. But I mean, it was a fairly difficult problem, so typically challenges like that tend to stay in my brain. Like a memory marker for me, so I don't know if I'm really going to ever make that same mistake again, but we'll see. we'll see what happens. Um, get uh, Clue up and running. Oh, right. So, if anyone's still, well, for those of you that still have mothers that you can contact them. Um, Say hi, go to voice, do a voice chat if you have to, just talk with them, you know, tell them, ask how their day's been, how their week's been, how their month's been, however long it takes, if you haven't talked with them in a while, try to make an effort for it. And believe me, um, you know, even if they were kind of a pain in your mind when you were like a teenager or whatnot, believe me, they tried the best that they could. So, showing them some love today. All right. Um, so we're going to be working on getting our AIs moving, or at least give see whether or not I can actually move them around the map. Um, I want to do that first um, before I really kind of work on um, the A star, because then I need to figure out how to um, handle a little bit more interactions and the like. So, okay, I don't remember exactly where we left off last week, but I'm sure it will kind of catch up with me as soon as I start kind of working on things a little bit more. Um, I think this was one of the problems that I was kind of wondering about a little bit, trying to get I changed the value because um, the length wasn't exactly the length, and I was afraid that I was going to have a off by one error if I really kind of started delving um, further down into the code, and, A star and so on and so forth. Um, I observed the fact that the length was actually off by one, and that could have serious repercussions based off of if you're trying to move a certain number of spaces, then um, you might have some difficulties. So I needed to kind of fix that, but in so doing, I messed up the positions of um, the human cities and the enemy cities. So um, Now, if I remember correctly, I was able to get the enemy cities fixed, but the human city is still off center. It's not really being set as correctly as I want it to be. So we're gonna have to kind of try to work on fixing that. So um, you know what? One second. I need something to drink. I didn't grab anything before, so give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So we can close that down. Don't really need that. Um, or at least we don't really need that right now, I should say. All right. So based off of the note that I had here, it was saying that the human city isn't centered on one-on-one. So let's go ahead and change that, and we'll see whether or not the information is true. When Unity does finally get to a point where it will allow for me to continue with this. Alright, there we go. Alright, so no, that's fine. Why did I make that note then? Maybe it's an old note um, that I didn't update. Alright, let's see. That's good. Okay, that should be fine. Let's modify it a little bit more and see what happens here. Okay, see now this is a little off center here. These spots here should be where the city is. So the fact that it's right here is slightly off. So, okay. I was kind of afraid of that. But it shouldn't be that difficult of a fix. We're trying to figure out the human city placement, which is X and Y there. Now, it's trying to get the center of it. But let's see. What was the center road for that? Did I? Oh, I'm not printing out the center road value. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring that value back. Because we're going to be needing those data values. So let's see. Let's try this again. Interesting. The position um, the position is correct on that time around, which is curious. Why was it messed up the previous? We're gonna have to do some debugging here, folks. I'm sorry that my subject was about movement, and I do want to take care of that. That is the intention for that is the main intention for this particular stream slash video. But I need to figure out why the human city is changing its position like that. You know, length is 17. 4, 8, 12, 16, 17. 4, 8, 12, 16, 17. So we're good on the overall length. Okay, that's correct. Okay, so the centroid here is a common calculation for an equilateral triangle. If you missed that particular um, video, it was so long ago now that it's almost ridiculous. So we have the length, which is 17, minus 2 times the length, which would be 34 in this case, divided by 3, which would put it around 11.33333, and it goes on infinitive. So then you have the length minus 11, which would normally be 6, but because of the 0.33333, it would be 5.6, which is correct for the value that we're seeing here. So that's good. All right. Now, I made a note of the article that I was using for the centroid. So let me go back to that one real quick. So as you can see, I'm trying to find that point for an equilateral triangle. So in order to do that, I wanted to find the distance here, which would be basically the same in every single time, if you go perpendicular to an edge. But at the same time, I'm kind of a little curious by this because even though the positioning for it is a little high overall, it's still the right positioning. I mean, the centroid is basically right there, right on that corner. Okay, that's where the center point for the centroid is. So this tile is correct, but am I actually getting the values here correctly too? So and we have to figure out why I had that one glitch where the value was off center. So we got some work cut out for us here. So let's look at our calculations here. Um, let's see. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, so we know that this isn't being triggered because the length and the length has already been set to 17. So we're good there. This shouldn't have been triggered. Um, Matter of fact, let me go ahead and do this here. Mod 0. And then we'll take that. Oop, keep it there. Mod 1. Just so I know, which one of these two it's actually going into. Okay. Um, so in this case, it should be hitting this one. And that's not going to help because we haven't actually determined the x and y value yet. It would be showing up as 0 by that point. This is good because I have the x and y value determined. Trying to put it there would have just given me zeros, so I needed to kind of put it at the very end here to get um, the true values for these. Let's see. Let me go ahead and move this one up at the very top here. There we go. So now we got ourselves, a good ordering of the messages and whatnot to give a idea as to what we're looking for. Okay, so so if we went here, then it would have been so this would have been the why am I now I have to do some fixes to this here, so um, we want the center of the x value here, or the middle ground, um, we need to have the value kind of set to um, well, the length here should be modulus of 0, meaning that it can be divided by 2 evenly. Okay, it's not an even number, or it's not an odd number, it's an even number. So therefore, you divide by 2 and you get a whole number. Okay, so me adding 1 here is no longer needed. So then we try to get the distance in the y by getting the ceiling value of the centroid, meaning that our value here of 5.6, the ceiling value would be punched up to the, you would round up, meaning if there was any kind of, if it's not a whole number, it would, any kind of decimal place would automatically push the number to its ceiling amount, meaning that the 5.6 would punch it up to 6. If it was a 5.1, it would punch it up to 6. You see what I'm saying? So, now here's where we're going to need to work on this a little bit more. Okay, so this here is if it's meant to be like right smack dab in the center every single time. If this is intended for if all the sides are pretty much equal, that you have a tile right dead center of the map, this is going to generate that. This is going to allow for that tile to be placed at the center each and every single time. That's the intention for it. This one, however, is if it's not the center, meaning that you have the, the lining up of the tiles here is on a corner or on a point that, 3 tiles intersect on. Okay. So now we need to figure out, well, do we want to put it here or do we want to put it on either one of these 2 spots? Okay, so we got some work on that. Okay, so if so we put a randomization into it. Do we want it to be at the top of the triangle, meaning right where it's currently at? If so, we divide by 2. We get the ceiling value of the value here, and we add 2 to it. Not sure why we're doing that. I was messing around with the math quite a bit prior, so I need to kind of look into this a little bit more and find out if I'm actually doing the math correctly. Probably not, even though I've had, even though it did get the right spot there. So yeah. Then we have the y value was a +1. So we got some, we got to correct our math on this just to make sure that we're we're correct here. So I'm going to go ahead and stop this. Go ahead and clear that. So no repetitious messages or anything like that show up. See here, the position is off. That's good, but based off of this position here, that should be the center point. So it's being pushed right over here. So let's find out what's going on here. So let's go back up to the top here. That's where our centroid and our X and Y values are. So as you can see, we have the mod 1 going here. So we can figure out well, we can try to figure out the randomization does have an effect on this. So our X value is at 9. Alright, so our length is 17, meaning that it's not a modulus of 1. So length divided by 2 should not be 9. So I have to make the assumption that this right here was not activated. So we need to look at this one right down here. Length plus 1 would be 18 divided by 2, which would be 9. So that would be correct. This centroid plus 1. So we're doing the ceiling again, which would bump it up to 6. Plus 1 would bump it up to 7. So this is correct so far. You know, this series right here is what I'm looking at right now. Now we have to figure out, where am I going wrong? Why am I getting the off by 1 problem here? Because technically, based off of my attempts here, this should be 1 lower. It should be down here somewhere. Okay. So why am I on this particular column and not that particular column? I say column because that's what the y value is. That's what the y value is. So we got to figure out what's going on here. So the base is set to y of 1. So technically, if I want that value to be here, then I want to keep it at 6. So I shouldn't need this plus 1. I shouldn't necessarily need a plus 2 here either. This should also be a plus 1. let me go ahead and get some more debug logs kind of isolating. Over 50. Under 50. Alright. Just to kind of give me an idea as to where it's being pushed at. And I can always figure out the X value anyway from that. I want to make sure that the centeroid is being done correctly each and every single time. So we can go ahead and stop this run through there. Clear all that out. Try this again. Oop, are we good here? Yeah, we're good there. So let's see. What did we get? So we got the under 50. So we got this once again. We had 8 this time, which means that it went with this value. And then we had the centeroid of 6. So the X value is this one instead of this one, and the centeroid was correct. That's good. Let's try this again. Alright, once again, it's looking like we have the right positioning here. So that's being found there. So we got 9 and 6. So again, we're doing good. I want to try to make sure that we get that spot though. So we're going to continue running this until we confirm that that spot is actually being set. Good. 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 Okay. That was next one up. Okay. Let's verify the values here. 8 and 7. It's the over 50 mark. So 17 divided by 2 is 8. And then you had the centeroid, which is at 6, being punched up to 7, which is also correct. And we got our value here. So we're good. So now, let's see what happens when we start messing with the numbers a little bit more. So, all told, this should work if the length is not an even number. Let's find out when it does, or when it's not an even number. Now let's see if we can get it to be an even number, which all I have to do is just bump up the monster level by 1, which should push the length to be an even number. Should. We'll see. Unless I screwed up the number somewhere. Alright. So length is 22. Good. Centeroid is 7.3. Now let's see. Based off the calculations, we had the length times 2, that would be 44 divided by 3. That would put it at 14 point so on and so forth. And then you subtract 14 with 22. Alright, that's about right. We're good. Now we have our calculations here. So we have the mod 0, which is correct. So length divided by 2, that's going to be 11, which is good. And we have 8 for our y value. So we're looking at the centroid. We put it up to the ceiling. It's going to be 8 each and every single time. So it should be 11 and 8 every single time. There should be no change in that whatsoever. So now let's make sure that we have our positioning correct. That's good. That's good. And that's good. Okay. We're good on our positioning. So that should occur each and every single time. There should not be any kind of variance in it whatsoever. Yeah. It's looking good. One more time, just to verify. Just to make sure that we're all good here. Yeah, it's looking good. Alright. So, it appears that I've fixed the positioning of the human city now, so that's good. So we shouldn't have any other additional problems with this. So I think we can move on to movement now. So I mean, not to say that AI movement or the human city placement wouldn't have been a problem anyway. With the movement of the AIs, but I'd rather not. Um, I'd rather have a clean board for the most part on this before I start kind of working on the overall movement of the AI agents. So, all right. So let's go ahead. Let's switch this back to the smallest area that we can here. Um, uh-oh. Now we're having a problem again. Now what's going on? Okay, center root is 5. Oh boy. So we're coming down here to this area. We don't need to bump that up. We're having the centroid as a even number, or as a whole number right at the moment. So it's staying at 5. And then you have the length of 15 divided by 2 right here, equaling 7. Alright. So, well, frack. So as I can demonstrate here, we have this corner here, basically putting a point right there, or right there. We have this point here, putting a point there or there. So these two being next to each other, and then of course the center line here. So it's supposed to be in these 3 spots. But because of the centroid being a divisible number by 3, the centroid got pushed down even further. So instead of that point here being the center point, we kind of pushed it down even further. But how can I correct that? I don't know if there's really any way for me to correct that, to be honest. Um, so let's just say we have basically 13 plus 2 on that. 13 was the number that I just basically kind of threw out there as a small size map for, the basics. I may change that based off of scaling. I may raise that up based off of how difficult the game might be for beginning stages. We'll see. So what I want to do is I want to get 13. I got 13 to 15 with just the 1 there. See if I put it to 4, that should give me 21, which should also be divisible by 3. Let's see if we get the exact same kind of positioning for the most part on that. Is it going to be a division by 3 problem or anything, or is it going to be something else entirely? it's going to be the division by 3 problem. So these two spots right here, then you have this one here. So basically, these three, this spot right here is the, oh no, wait. That spot might also work. Now it's kind of hard for me to judge because I'm not like pulling out a ruler to, you know, get, to measure out the distance of the lengths here. I'm making the judgment here that it's centered. Okay, just by, all you have to do is just kind of count the tiles there, and you can see that this is centered along this route. But is this particular position perpendicular with the same amount of length on both sides here? Based off of this, is that tile centered? Yeah, actually it is. So so I'm looking at this tile right here, right? Right. I can just kind of say this tile with the two pools next to it. Okay. So if I count the tiles to the left and right of it, so 4, 8, 10, 4, 8, 10. That spot right there is centered. So here I was thinking that I was making a mistake, that this should be up on top of the other two here, but I was wrong. The centeroid is there. So it still works. It looks a little different, but it still works. So we're good. We're still good on this. It took me it threw my mind for a spin there, but it still works. So my eyes were playing tricks on me. So which obviously can't happen. But the math is sound. So which, I mean, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise, but still, my eyes were trying to deceive me. I shouldn't use them. No, just kidding. Star Wars code. Okay. So we have no problems. No problems right at the moment. So we're good. Okay. So now that we have um, the spawning in of units, which I'll deal with the spawning in of um, the other units later. We're gonna worry about that at another time. Right at this point, what I want to do right now is get the movement of the human players done. Um, which means I want to um, allow for it to move at any wherever it wants to go. Uh, so what we're going to do is we're going to see about getting the um, we're just going to have it kind of move to one other spot for the time being, just to kind of see what it takes for um, getting from one position of the map to the next tile over. Okay, so now movement once again will be called upon by the game manager. It'll basically say, okay, um, if anyone's not currently moving at this particular moment in time or not harvesting resources or whatnot, if you're able to move and you need to move, do so. Okay, um, that's what we're gonna be kind of doing here. Um, so um, so we're doing the coroutine of spawning in the human and enemy units, which I need to kind of fix that. Obviously, get more of a timing based on it. Um, allow for a certain number of seconds to pass in the coroutine before the next human spawns, before the next enemy spawns, so on and so forth. I don't need to worry about that too much. That's going to be kind of um, that's going to be a little bit of tweaking anyway to make sure that um, I don't flood the player with too many units too fast. Okay, we're gonna try to keep it fairly slow so that the player is kind of comfortable going, oh, okay, I got a new unit. Okay, I'll send them there, for example. Okay, so uh, right now our crew routine is just basically saying, oh, okay, we got two human players that we need, or two human units that we need to spawn out. I'm going to do an right now. It's like, no. So we got some work to do on that, but it's not so much of a rush at this point. So we want to work on our movement. So now the agent themselves isn't going to be the agent themselves shouldn't have the full map. Okay. They're not going to be able to see everything on the map, or at least they shouldn't. Um, there is going to be okay. So in if you really want the enemy AI to really kind of give your players a challenge, they would have full view of the map. Okay, they would be able to um, kind of traverse the map to find the player almost immediately and go after them almost immediately. You see that in, say, like StarCraft, for example. You know, anytime you play a map with an artificial intelligence player, they will almost always know where you are located at every single time. Okay, and they will send units directly to you every single time. Um, it's not searching out the map for for the player. Okay, it's not really scouting out the map. It already knows the map. It already can see the player, so therefore it will send units directly there. Um, it also helps the fact that the um, the enemy AI units will um, if they know exactly where your spawn point is, that also helps out. They can just kind of go in that general direction at the same time. Um, I don't want to have that happen for my game. I do want to give the player some amount of time to um, build up their defenses, to um, build up their hunters if they got them, and to gather resources in an appropriate manner that can kind of protect themselves. Now, um, will that um, work every single time? No. Um, I am giving some. I'm planning on giving my enemy units some amount of randomization to them, so that um, they're going to be kind of walking around the map trying to find where the humans are at. But if they spot one, they're going to beeline for it. They're going to go right towards that human player to try to capture that human unit. Okay. So therefore, um, if for some reason randomization is not on the player's side and an enemy unit gets within line of sight of a human AI unit, then unfortunately they're going to have a harder time on it than, say, if the randomization was not on the enemy side. Okay. So there is going to be some amount of randomization to it, but um, the I'm not going to give the enemies the full map. Okay. Um, now, if now when we do go into the possibility of a flood level, okay, again, I don't know whether or not I want to institute that in this particular game or not, but if there is a flood level, then the sheer amount of units being spawned is going to be so vast that I won't even need to worry about showing the enemy the map, because there's going to be so many units that the player is going to have a hard time trying to fight off against it anyway. Okay, they're going to have enemy units spotting their AI unit or the human units over and over and over again, to the point where it's just, they're not going to, they're not going to survive. Okay, they're going to get beaten down so much that it's kind of ridiculous. Um, and as if the player is trying to get us, as the player is trying to get a certain number of resources for the, um, to get a higher score, then um, eventually it's gonna catch up to them, and they're the enemy units are just gonna completely obliterate the human player eventually. Okay, that's the whole point of the flood. So there's just going to be so many enemy units on the map that I don't really need to show the map to the enemy units. There's just going to be a ton of them. There's just going to be so many that are just going to kind of run themselves into the human player uh, that even if one enemy unit might be, walking all over the place because this randomization is not helping them out, um, the there's going to be enough additional AI units that will be able to spot the human player and go after them. So agent itself should not have the map whatsoever. Okay. Um, I was thinking, and I was wondering if I needed to try to show them the map or of some kind, but they really shouldn't have that as a. Um, they really shouldn't have that, pure and simple. So, all right. Um, so if so, Uh, I already started some amount of data for whether or not they are able to move or not. Um, already started, some amount of um, functionality in agent in order to do so. Now, here's the thing. Um, move for the agent itself should be fairly simplistic. It should be um, you have these particular coordinates. We're going to move you to that particular location. Okay. The agents themselves, or the specific AIs, the humans, or any of the enemies, um, they're um, where they're intending to go or how they move should be handled under those specific agents. Humans should be following what it needs to do, orcos, ghouls, and goblins have their own movements as well. Okay, have their own search patterns as well. Okay. Um, Now, um, we're going to be kind of figuring out how we want the player to we want the player to be able to kind of see a certain distance around the human city. So he can kind of set certain flags to kind of get started. I mean, if we just gave him, or if we give the player, just a visual of the single tile itself, and that's it. He can't see anything around him whatsoever, then we're not really helping him out. Okay, what we need to do is kind of show him a little bit of the surrounding area to kind of start off with. Uh, maybe about, you know, like that much. Two tiles around the main city, and that's it. Everything else should be in a fog of war style of visuals. Okay. Then you have the AIs popping out. Okay, and they should have kind of a direct line of sight as well. They should be able to kind of see in a certain along a certain line. Okay, and a certain distance too. Okay, I don't want to give them. Well, here. So let's say we want to. We're gonna bump this up to, you know, 5 and 6 or something like that. Or actually, let me verify these numbers here. Let me. Um, 6 and 5, just for the hell of it. Okay. All right. So the map is gonna get huge. All right. So as you can see, it can get fairly large fairly quickly. All right. So, which, the player is going to have to kind of figure out, how they kind of want to see the map moving around. I'm going to have to kind of give them indicators as to, oh, hey, one of your humans spotted an enemy, blah, 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 run away, that kind of thing. But let's just say, for the hell of it, let's just say we have this entire, row here, from one corner to the next. It is completely free. Like, hey, if you wanted to go from point A to point B, you can. There's nothing blocking you whatsoever. Should I allow for, not only humans, but the enemy to see down that entire row? Good question. Um, I mean, you could. But at the same time, let's think of it in a different perspective here. Okay, so the single tile is a city, is a village, what have you. Okay, single tile can be, a decently sized city. Okay, um, so think of it from this perspective. We're talking about a length of 53, meaning that while 53 is based off the edge here, that means, take one off to shorten it down by one, take two off for the sides here, for the side panels. So you're looking at a length of 50 here. So you're telling me that a person can see 50 cities side by side that much? Mm, kind of doubtful. Kind of doubtful. Um, can they see, you know, um, three or four blocks down? Probably. Probably. Um, if there's nothing really blocking them, if it's like if you're looking at a highway, can you see three or four cities down the way? Yeah, like hell, just go to like say Los Angeles. You know, go down a freeway. You're passing like multiple cities along the way. So you look down that freeway and you could potentially be seeing three or four cities down the way. So, so yes and no. Um, Now, I'm probably gonna have to try to work on that for balancing to see if um, am I shooting myself in the foot a little bit with the view perspective? Probably, probably, but we'll have to see about that. That becomes kind of a game balancing issue to see whether or not um, fog of war kind of creates a problem with that kind of a view. Um, Another thing that I need to figure out right here a little bit. So, say we're looking at um, we're looking at our AI agents, right? Okay, and I'm saying let's have them look down a straight line, right? So, let's let's take this guy for example. Does he have a full perspective view on this? Okay. Um, Basically anything here that is not blocked by a resource, can he kind of see, like if I take a string, attach it to the AI unit, and have it kind of look down a certain path, will I allow for him to see further down the way? So like for example, this guy has the perspective of these three tiles here if I just go by a straight looking down the this particular column, for example. But what if I was to do the string, being able to kind of look around corners? Well, then this guy has that look of, hey, maybe I can see down this way. You see what I'm saying? That's now he's having a little bit more field of view on that. Should I go with that? Should I stick with just a straight line? On the, where they're kind of looking towards? Or do I have a broader field of view? Again, this could potentially be a little bit of a game balance issue. If I give them a little bit more of a field of view, then that means that they have, not only do they have a potential to see the enemy faster, but the enemy also has an opportunity to see the human units faster. So that's something that I will have to kind of work on a little bit more to figure out how the fog of war is going to affect the units themselves. That gets into balancing issues, and therefore um, you got to make sure that um, I'm I'm making it difficult, but at the same time a little bit easier for the human player. Now, I also have to be careful here because I have to use the um, if I'm going to be using fog of war, then I have to give the player the ability to set markers or whatnot, um, pretty much anywhere on the map. To be honest, um, even setting markers in areas that they have no knowledge of whatsoever. Um, you know, if if this area down here is like completely unknown to them, then they should still be able to set a marker down here saying, "Hey, I want some trees." Okay. Um, then the human AIs will try to attempt to get down there to get said trees. Are they going to get there? Good question. Maybe they can. Maybe there is a path that the human found in the maze that will allow for them to get down here without being molested um, by the enemy. It could be totally possible. Okay. Um, or maybe they just want their hunter to go in that particular zone to hunt down um, the enemy. Again, that's going to be potentially possible. Um, so the human should be able to like click on any one of these any one of these hexagonal tiles, even if it's completely um, uh, even if it has like no texture to it whatsoever, it has no visuals to it whatsoever, it is completely obscured by the fog of war. Um, the human player should still be able to set a marker down. I'm using um, the Majesty banner placements for setting, you know, enemy kill orders and scouting missions. Okay, those the human player was still able to set those no matter um, no matter anywhere on the map. Okay. Um, well, the kill orders were had to be specifically set to a enemy, but let's just say the human player spotted a zombie at one point in time, or not a zombie, a ghoul, um, at one particular time. So they wanted to send a hunter out to kill said ghoul. They could mark the ghoul before um, their human AI runs away, and so a hunter will try to go and kill said ghoul. Could totally be possible. Okay. Um, so so we got some, we got some sense of, what we kind of want to do and see on this. Um, it's just a matter of balancing it in the end to make sure that it kind of works in what we want to do. Now, um, let's see. Let's switch it back to its original. Okay, so um, active humans. Hmm. Okay, so with the spawn human units, we should be adding additional values to that. Human spawn count. That should be increasing over time. So let's verify that here real quick. yeah, human spawned. So we are seeing a um, we are kind of seeing an increase in our count there. So let's see, we're going to do okay. So human spawned before, human spawned after, human spawned before, human spawned after. So we are seeing an increase in our count. So we are seeing the active humans fill in. Now, um, what we're going to want to do is for each one of the humans that we spawn in, we're going to need to kind of keep on um, checking them to see whether or not they are able to move and um, you know allow for them um, to kind of be able to check where they're at, find where they want to go, and move to said destination. So, um, so here we're going to be doing, well, we're going to be checking through the entire list here. I believe there was a quicker way for me to go through a list in a for loop. Before, I think it's probably in the board games there, so uh, hmm. I was able to do it a little bit quicker, just not quite sure. Trying to remember exactly what it was that allowed for me to go through the for loop quickly. Um, I don't have it memorized yet, otherwise I'd be like, oh yeah, it's this one. So, hmm. What was it again? For each. I think that was it. Hey there, Striker. How you doing there, bud? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Let's see. I believe this is what I'm looking for. So, what we want to do is that instead of doing a for loop here, we're going to do the, let's get the active humans. For each. Doing good, checking out the Demkos with low view count, usually the hidden gems. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. Fixed a little bit of a bug on my current map right at this point, and now we're going to be working on trying to get the prefabs to start moving around the board a little bit more. So um, this is still fairly new to the full Unity platform, so still trying to, you know, wrap my mind around not only the fact that it's more of a modular based architecture than the object oriented. Also trying to learn the ins and outs of what they have and don't have um, in their library versus what's available in C Sharp. So, what kind of game are you working on? Game Dev 2, by the way. Nice, nice. You'll have to let me know what games you've made, but um, so uh, with this being kind of my very first attempt to make something that is on Unity, and I don't actually have a team or anything along those lines. Um, so trying to chew on everything. Right now, I'm working on a 2D game. Uh, I don't have any abilities right at the moment to even explore 3D, or at the moment I don't have the artists to do that, so 2D will have to do. This is going to be a real-time strategy game. Um, so the concept of it is, well, uh, I don't know if you've ever heard of the game called Majesty. Um, this game has a similar heart to the game of Majesty. Um, I'm definitely not going to do a successor for it. Believe me, that requires a full-on team. Not going to do that. um, but the idea for the game is that I'm giving the player um, a number of human AIs that they have to basically tell them to go and gather resources so that they can proceed to the next level. While while they're collecting resources and the like, I'm obviously going to be giving them some amount of difficulty obvious reasons. It's a game, obviously. Um, oh, I got some compiling errors. That's not surprising. I messed up there. Um, so, um, let's see. So I'm a feature creep game dev. I've done close to 100 Unity projects that never went anywhere, and have been doing the planning first time of a project I will work on for the next few months. Interested? Let me look into it. Oh, nice. Reminds me of Stronghold. Yeah, similar kind of vein, I guess. Um, so um, here, let me see if I can bring the map up here for you, so you can kind of see what I'm kind of working with here. There we go. So obviously, cheaty Mac background. The perspective is to always have the human in the center of the triangle, and have the enemy cities in each of the corners, or one or two, depending on the difficulty as the player progresses. Right now, I'm just showing the very first level of it. Um, the player will have their human starting city there, and then their AI agents that will spawn next to the human city, where they will then need to go and gather these resources of vines and trees and like. Graphics are obviously just preliminary placeholders for right now. I do want to find an artist that is willing to kind of create a good aesthetic for um, for what I want to see, but that's further down the line. Um, so the human player will basically say, "Hey, I need some more trees. I need some more vines. Go and collect them for me." And the AI agents will go and start kind of mining the resources. And at a certain point, depending on game balance, if they gather up enough resources, I will let them know that, hey, or if they've collected the right amount, then they've won that level, and then they can proceed on to the next one. The next one will um, be of a, they will have basically the same style of enemy to start off with, but the difficulty with that enemy increases over time, okay, per level. So it gets a little bit harder and harder for the player. Then once they are able to finish off this level, for example, then we introduce another enemy to them. Something a little bit more, uh, something to kind of change up what they may or may not see, may or may not deal with. And once again, we increase the levels based off of that. Then we increase the difficulty even more once they've got a taste of the three different enemies that we have. Then we start grouping them up, saying, hey, first go around, we're going to have ghouls and ghosts coming in. Then we're going to have ghosts and goblins. Then we're going to have ghouls and goblins. And then the final challenge, they're going to be facing all three of them. So that's the plan. That's what I want to eventually get to. So, but obviously, I'm not putting uh, full-time effort into this. I'm just doing this dev work every Sunday. So it's a slow process, but eventually I do intend to get this out onto the market and hopefully people will enjoy and have fun with it. Um, I do expect it to be somewhat difficult, especially seeing that the player themselves are not in direct control of their agents. Um, Very similar um, to Majesty. So they're going to have to contend uh, with the fact that their human AI agents are not going to be smart. So, or they're going to be smart enough, but at the same time, they're not going to be a human player. Okay, I'm not giving the human player direct control over the human AI agents. So uh, the player themselves will be able to say, okay, I need you guys to resource this particular resource. I need you guys to build up a barrier here, blah blah blah. Various other tasks, but it's not going to be like a StarCraft or Warcraft RTS where you actually control where those units are going. So, um, so that's the intention of this. So right now I'm working on trying to um, right now we're gonna go ahead and work on moving the units around, um, making sure that they are not running on top of the resources, which should be blocking them. Um, and um, Basically allow for them to kind of traverse this map a little bit, making sure that they don't go outside of the map, making sure that um, they don't run into an enemy city, that kind of thing. I want to make sure that I get the the movements for the humans done to the point where I'm not having any kind of uh, major difficulties with them before I start introducing the enemies into the map and then working on movements for them. So, uh, so let's go ahead and get back into our coding here. So we're going to be going through each of our humans, and um, we need to basically call their movement directly. So um, let's see, do I have movement set here yet? I do not. Okay, um, so first off, um, now it's just a matter of figuring out the procedure on this. It's been some time since I've done any AI work, so trying to get the right ordering of it and still using the abstract of the agent themselves to work with me on this is what I need to kind of work on a little bit more, figure out the um, see I'm using a I put a function here for pathing, but that's not going to be that correct um, for each of the agents? Pathing is going to be slightly different for each one of the different types: human, ghouls, ghosts, and goblins. So, um, hmm. So, hmm. Now, if am I doing a if I include an update in the human and or agent here, is that also being called with the game manager's update? Meaning, if I was to say, hey, um, call the update for the human, for example, am I gonna have kind of like a double up of the function itself? Like, hey, this human is trying to call its update, but the update is already being called with the engine itself already, so maybe I don't necessarily need to worry about that too much. Hmm. Hmm. Not sure. Let's see. Um, okay. So, what we're going to do is we're going to have the private function bool can move, um, which I'm just going to have return true for now. Okay. So, um, can move will be the test on whether or not the human is either still animating a movement or mining a resource. Now, if um, if the player wants the unit to move, like if it's mining a resource, for example, okay, and the player wants it to move almost immediately, like hey, there's an enemy getting close to you, run, okay, or come back to the city. You can I can basically set a flag on there saying, um, get, uh, get out of there. So, but for now, we're just going to have it set to return true so that we can just kind of imitate the fact that we are looking to see whether or not, the player can move or not. So, it's a private function inside human. Why can't it be? Why is it not accessible? Protected? Not even protected will allow me to do this. I've had problems with Unity with their protection levels in the past, and it's almost ridiculous. We're talking about a object here that is trying to access its own functions within it. That should be fine. Whatever. Whatever. Okay. So now that we've verified that it can move, now here's the question. Can I do something like that and it'll work? I don't really know. Um, hmm. I'm not 100% sure on this, so let's go to the internet and find out. So Um, coin update. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. System action on update. Hmm. I want to remember this at some point, so you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and save this. Yes, have a funny feeling that I'm probably gonna need that at some point in the future. Just saying. Okay, so here's the thing. Um, Based off of everything that I just kind of saw and read and so on and so forth, um, the update being put into human for the start, um, while it itself is not part of the model behavior, the agent is. So so if I do this update, then it will call the update function for the human, and everything kind of within here will determine whether or not, um, if the animation's still going, then um, we can, I'll just, you know, the frames will keep on kind of taking care of it and whatnot till it gets to that point, and that it finishes off the animation so that it will allow for um, it to kind of sit in its idle state, which will then allow for it to either progress to its next spot, which might require another set of animations, or um, it might be mining resources, again, another set of animations, so on and so forth. So, um, update is called once per frame. So we're using the frame, in each individual frame and update, to determine whether or not um, any additional action can be used on that. Okay. Um, so um, now I don't know if I need to have any kind of animation function within the human for that. Mm, um, True. Return false. which, I mean, that's always going to return false, so. You know, this second return never gets, yeah, never gets reached. So, um, so let's see. Um, Still animating. We want to have a boolean for movement. So and H. I'm gonna go down here real quick, and we're gonna just go ahead and set it. Still animating. Can H move? Still set to false. Else H move is equal to true. Um, let's see. What I want to do is, what's this? Hold on, I'm seeing some news here. Apparently, Diablo 2 Resurrected Remastered coming this year, built by former Destiny 2 support studio. So here's the thing. With the with how great Warcraft 3's remastered was done, I'm hoping that this wasn't is not the same studio that did that, because from what I understand, now I haven't played the original, or I haven't played the remastered version of Warcraft 3. Okay, I have the original. There's really no need for me to repurchase the game again. Um, but um, uh, yeah, this guy's basically talking about how, you know, the disaster of Warcraft 3 Reforged was all about. Um, I mean, if they want to update the graphics for Diablo 2, that's all well and good, I guess. Um, but at the same time, um, with you know, if you looked at all the um, everybody that kind of reviewed Diablo's 3 remastered or the reforged, um, a lot of people were saying that it really did not look good. Um, Based off of my small observations of it, but again, like I said, I don't own the new reforged, so I can't really give my opinion on it fully. So take my comments um, with a grain of salt. Um, the Based off of what I saw from others, um, Blizzard was saying that you should be expecting this kind of level of quality. And from everything that I was being shown, they were what we were seeing from Reforged, the quality was below what they were advertising. And is the gameplay perfectly fine? I don't really know. Again, I haven't looked fully into it, but from what I understand, the graphics were subpar. The graphics were not up to the level that they were professing it was going to be at. Um, there wasn't any. The cutscenes were pretty blah in comparison. They were trying to show off this level of quality, but it was kind of showing up short. Um, it wasn't great. So, um, are we going to be seeing that same level of lack of quality for Diablo 2? I don't know. I hope not. But lately, Blizzard has not been holding up to the standards that they used to have, which is kind of unfortunate. Um, it used to be that they wouldn't release anything unless they were absolutely satisfied with what they were producing or with what they were releasing, and lately it hasn't been going that way, or it hasn't been. The quality is being slammed by its fan base, and that's not a good sign. If the fan base were like, "Oh, you're saying that the graphics are going to look this good and you're going to release it. Okay, we're going to hold you to that standard." And if Blizzard doesn't hold to that standard, then there goes the trust. You just lost the trust of the people that are giving you time, money, interest in your games. Okay? You don't want to have that happen. As a game developer, you do not want to lose the trust of the gamers that are purchasing your product. Okay? You lose that trust, anyone else can step in and basically wipe you off from being a game studio. You will lose money that way. And lately, I mean, there's more and more games being released, all the time out there. So, um, Blizzard has to remain competitive. Well, if your quality is not holding up to the standard on which it was originally founded on, you know, it had a really good standard. It tried to maintain said standard. And if it's not maintaining said standard, then your fan base is going to look elsewhere. You know, it used to be that, Blizzard would do no wrong. You could basically purchase whatever game they make and you're going to have fun with it. At least that used to be the case. Ever since World of Warcraft came out and they put all their time and effort into maintaining that, it seems they've kind of lost sight of the quality overall, which is unfortunate. I mean, we'll see. We'll see whether or not they've learned their lesson from Reforged, because um, there's been a lot of people that did not like um, the the graphics on that. Like I said, I don't know about the gameplay, but from what I understand, the standard was not met. So, okay. I need to. All right. Let's go ahead and just return can move. So, I don't know whether or not I need to do a animation with an human as well. I don't know whether or not that's something that I have to be careful of. Um, to start a coroutine for the animation. Um, hmm. don't we have something to do on that? I think there is. Now, okay. There, when I was doing um, the 2D roguelike, there was the option of having the um, certain triggers being set in the roguelike, so that if say the human was um, at a particular juncture, like it's in the middle of the animation, it would complete its animation, and once it's done with that, it would go on to idle. Um, I think that's what I'm going to need for this as well, um, just to take care of that. So I think I need to have that on it within the human prefabs, but don't know. I'm trying to remember what was necessary um, for the triggers. So let's see. Um, hmm. Okay. I'm not remembering it directly, so let's head on back to the 2D roguelite so that we can see what they did with that again. So um, YouTube Unity 2D roguelite. Okay, view full playlist. Um, let's see, I think it was under here. Okay, so um, sorry, you guys aren't really hearing it right at the moment, but um, there's an animation controller on this. Now, I don't know if they set it up prior, probably under animations, but they do have an animation controller on this. So let's go back to animations. I'll go ahead and set the
Welcome back to the
voice there
Start of
so
This
you guys can
Project
kind of
video
hear it on
series.
here.
In the previous video, we looked at setting up the project and demonstrated the finished product. In this video, we're going to create animations for the player and enemy units from the provided sprite sheet, and also set up the player and enemy prefabs. So let's create a new scene, and we're going to start by creating the player prefab, along with the animations that go with him. So we're going to choose Game Object, create empty, and we're going to label that player. In our folder sprites, we have a sprite sheet. Now this has already been sliced into multiple sprites. For more information about sprite sheets and sprites, you can see the information linked below. In this case, we're going to grab the first set of frames here, which are the player idle animation. And I did that by clicking the first frame and then shift clicking the last frame that I wanted. I'm going to take these and drag them onto the player prefab, and then we're going to give this a name. We're going to call this player idle. So this is the animation that's going to play when the player is not doing anything. We're going to put this in our animations folder. You'll notice when we did that, that two components were added to the game object. A sprite renderer, which is going to display the current sprite frame, and an animator, which is going to allow us to play animation. So when
Okay. So if I remember correctly, I don't think there was any um, I don't think there were any kind of animations to these particular characters. You know, the fact that, you know, the assets themselves don't really have any kind of animations to them makes me feel as though there isn't any um, I'm not going to be seeing any kind of um, animations to these whatsoever. They, from the looks of it, they are just standard sprites without any kind of overall animations to them. Um, so I shouldn't really expect any kind of animations to them. I mean, I could try to maybe figure out some way of making some kind of um, animation for these, but from the looks of it, there really isn't anything here that I can kind of use within this pack that, I mean, I could try to make, you know, use the elements here to try to maybe add some kind of bobbing or something like that around, move the, you know, move the feet in such a way where it has um, the look and feel of a movement to it. Um, and I may need to go and do that myself anyway. I, I'm not an artist though, so um, I might have some difficulty trying to do that myself. As it is anyway, I don't really want these to be the end all of the um, for this game in question. So, um, like I said before, this is kind of a placeholder for this. So, okay, I don't really need that. Get rid of that. Um, so yeah. Um, Now they specifically did a bunch of sprites kind of in a row to try to do um, the change the animation in some fashion or another, um, but how am I gonna go and do that for this? Hmm. Maybe. Hmm. Now, if I see, they did like different textures and like. Now, if I did something like, hey, I'm gonna be really weird on this. If I did something like select multiple of these, like, mm, and I try to make some kind of animation for that. Animation, okay. Um, let's see, we're gonna go under GGG assets animations. And then we're going to say just, human idol as kind of done from uh, done by their example. Again, this is not what I want, but I mean, so now we have an animator in there. Okay. So
player idle animation. And I did that by clicking the first frame and then shift clicking the last frame that I wanted. I'm going to take these and drag them onto the player prefab, and then we're going to give this a name. We're going to call this player idle. So this is the animation that's going to play when the player is not doing anything. We're going to put this in our animations folder. You'll notice when we did that two components were added to the game object. A sprite renderer, which is going to display the current sprite frame, and an animator, which is going to allow us to play animation. So when we drag those frames on, these two components were added. It asked us to save our animation, which we saved in our animations subfolder. It also created what's called an animator controller, which is going to allow us to manage what animation is currently playing. We're going to actually move that to our animator controllers folder.
okay, so human needs to go into animations. Human idle needs to go. Wait. No, human needs to go into the animator controller. Human idle is its own animation, so there we go.
And we're going to add some more animations to the player. Let's go back to sprites. And in this case, I'm going to select our two player chop animation frames, drag them onto the player. We'll call these player chop. We're going to
Okay. So I'm going to be kind of messing with the animations here, or messing with this a little bit so that um, let's see, assets, animations. Gonna do human mining. And then let's see. We're gonna do this. Animations. And then movement. Alright. So I'm really kind of messing with things here a little bit. Um, so um, we'll see whether or not that's something that is going to be, well, it's obviously something that is going to be a placeholder for now, but it should give me an idea as to um, being able to kind of work with what I have already, um, try to get a sense of what I want to see in the future. So,
We're going to put this in our animations folder. Now notice when we do this, this hasn't added another animator controller. Instead, it's added that animation to the existing animator controller that's already on the player. We're going to repeat the process with the player hit animation. And next, we can check to make sure that that's working. So we can see there's our player idling. Now the animation is a little fast, so what we're going to do is we're going to open the referenced animator controller by double clicking on it. Highlight the player idle state. We're just going to set the speed to 0.5, which is going to be half of our normal speed. Notice that our other two animations have been added as states, and later on in the series we're going to work out how to control changing between those states via script.
um, let's see. He was able to see the animations with this prior for the scene, but I mean, at the same time, the um, we're not dealing with he's not dealing with any kind of additional animation problems or whatnot. So let's see. Um, just gonna comment that out for right now. Let's see. All right. As you can see, this is kind of cycling through the sprite render over and over and over again. So we're going to, he said to double click on the animator. Come on, can I move? So, human idle, you mentioned slowing it down some. We're also going to slow these down some as well. So, um, right.
Controller by double clicking on it. Highlight the player idle state. We're just going to set the speed to 0.5, which is going to be half of our normal speed. Notice that our other two animations have been added as states, and later on in the series, we're going to work out how to control changing between those states via script. Let's check it now. There we go. With the animations done for the player, we're going to go ahead and apply a tag to the player of player. Now the player tag is predefined.
Right. Don't necessarily need to worry about that per se right at the moment. Alright, now we're going to move this back down here. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and remove this one and rename him. So now you can get rid of that and save this. And if we hit play, oh, right. Interesting. So it looks like they are being spawned in the same location. Yeah. Alright. Alright, so I caused some problems. um, some ways I kind of wish that I had my had art assets already kind of in place for this, but I don't, so I have to make do with what I got. But now with me trying to throw in animations into this, um, I'm potentially just kind of causing my own difficulties because now movement and the like are going to be, slightly off. Hmm. Am I going to have to make modifications myself to these sprites so that I really don't want to make I don't want to I don't want to put that much time into these sprites than I absolutely have to be honest. You know, like I said before, these are mainly assets that I just want to have as a placeholder. I don't want to use them for anything more than that. Um, these are not the art assets that I want to have for the game. So am I gonna have to try to draw these sprites by myself? I don't know, man. I don't have that much experience with drawing, and I want to make sure that I want to make sure that the what you guys are going to be seeing is the final product, but damn. Okay, so here's the thing. I can't afford paying someone for any kind of artwork that they might do for this. So unless someone comes up to me and says, you know, Jim, I don't mind doing artwork for you, credit me. I mean, I don't mind paying afterwards, kind of thing. Every game that I sell, I don't mind, putting a portion of it to the artist because that's where the art is going to make or can make or break a game sometimes. Okay, um, but I can't pay for it up front. And right now, um, the the assets that I have right now are starting to get to a point where I'm gonna have some difficulty with it because I want to see the animation. I want to see the that animation of the individual walking from one spot to another. Okay. Right now, there's no animation to it, so um, there's no animation to these tasty characters, and as much as I like the fact that um, these were kind of helping me give a rough idea as to um, on where to be placed and like it's getting to a point where I'm gonna need to start handling animations as well. And um, if I don't have the art assets in place, then I'm gonna make more work for myself later by trying to replace the all the assets that I do have with the new art assets with the so oh boy, am I gonna have to do art next week on this? Is that what I'm gonna have to do? I mean, I can't pay anyone for their artwork right at the moment. So, and the likelihood of someone trusting me with their art assets that may be getting paid afterwards, even if I get paid, you know. um, I mean, even I can't guarantee uh, that this venture is going to be getting any kind of income in afterwards. So I might have to look into drawing my own little pixel art sprites, trying to do some kind of um, try to do some kind of animations for them myself. I don't know. I'm gonna have some interesting times trying to work on that. And even then, I don't know. I'm gonna have to do a lot of learning new tools in order to even draw the art assets. But this this right here, the whole that isn't gonna work. So hmm. Um, let's see. Hmm. Okay. Um, so let's see. Wide variety of colors. So this might be fairly useful for the most part. Hmm. I'm gonna need to figure out how to draw these relatively well. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. That was a mistake by me. Um. I'll need to try to remember to maybe cut that part out. Let's see. Okay. So we got some work that we need to do here. Creating sprites for the first time.
Hello and welcome to the place where you will be able to learn a lot in a short period of time. Believe me, you will enjoy. In the first part of the course, I will share you all required knowledge for drawing a game character even if you are a complete beginner. So let's start. First, I will draw a basic shape of the head using rounded rectangle tool and black color from my palette. Okay, we have the basic shape of the head. I will increase it a bit. I want to make this corner sharp, hence I will add another rectangle to avoid the same rounded corner. Now I can make one shape out of them using Pathfinder, then Unite tool. I will draw another round rectangle and place the eyes of the character there. I will choose skin color to paint this part. Now I can draw the eyes using ellipse tool. This is the first eye. It will be black. I will put it here and using command Ctrl plus C, Ctrl plus F to make another eye. I will also use the shape of the eye to create a nose. Copy it once, use darker skin color to paint and we have the nose. Right now I am adding a few extra details that will make our characters a real fighter. Using rectangle tool I will create Rambo style head strip. Already looks like a real fighter. The eyebrows are next. This is the first one. Now I will copy it and rotate the other by 45 degrees. By doing that, I am able to achieve this angry look. For the mouth, I will be also using round rectangle tool. The mouth will be dark red. I will decrease them a bit. I will copy the shape of the mouth and place here the new shape. You can paint it lighter red color and we have the tone of angry character. Now I'm selecting two shapes and using the white tool in Pathfinder. That way I can divide shapes between blue outlines. I'm ungrouping all the shapes and deleting the one that I don't need anymore. The mouth is finished, the ear is next. It will be very simple, made from two circles. The first circle is painted in skin color. Now I will copy it, decrease it and paint it darker skin color. I will remove this part of the ear and make it look more natural. I will draw another rectangle and use unite tool the same way as the mouth. Our characters looks pretty good already. I will add some details on the head strip and make it more interesting. The head strip knot can be seen behind the head, so I will draw it now. First, I will draw a circle. After that, I will draw another round rectangle, and using the same trick as I did with the hair, I will make two corners sharp. Now I will drawing the shapes and place it above the head. Copy it, and that's it. I will add another small details to the hair. The hero's head is finished. Now it's time for the body. Using round rectangle tool, I will draw the first part of the arm.
Okay, so no, I do appreciate the level of detail that this gentleman is doing, like a step by step, using shapes and like to kind of make a human face from just kind of using the shapes themselves. Okay, something that I'm probably going to need to do myself. Um, but he's also using a fairly um, um, I don't know what what tool he's using to create his sprite there. Um, I mean, I took a course back in college for animation, so I mean, I know the fundamentals of it. Doesn't mean that I'm an artist in any fashion whatsoever. So, um, but here's the thing. Um, if I do any kind of like pixel art like this, okay, where you can see, each and every single little individual pixel on um, on the character. If you blow up said character, then you're going to be able to see each and every single last little individual pixel. Um, am Do I need to figure out on trying to maybe draw the individual pixels, or should I be looking into something that has? I mean, I've heard about different graphic stylings. Something, um, if you use the pixels, you're gonna see each individual pixel if you get closer. But if you use, I think it's called vector, then you're gonna be seeing a little bit more. All right, you know what? I think I'm gonna close everything down here for now on this. Um, I think I came to the conclusion that if I'm going to continue um, doing any kind of movement or whatnot, then I'm gonna need to look into animations. So that means I'm gonna need to look into designing my own characters, which means I'm gonna need to build my own sprites. Mm, I'm not looking forward to that, folks. You know, um, my art skill is about as good as drawing stick figures right at the moment. So if I'm going to, so not only do I need to make um, animations for the humans, and that includes the multiple different hunters for them. But I also have to do animations for the enemies as well. You know, setting down and, you know, dealing with their movement, dealing with their idol, what they look like as hunters, what they look like when they have traps, when they're actually carrying the humans, what happens when they die, you know, that I I have no um, I'm gonna need to do the the animations to get the right kind of functions for them for the triggers, and then allow for the when the animations are finished, you know it triggers the it does the trigger that says, hey, I can move again. So right now it doesn't look like I can get anywhere. As much as I want to just kind of build the AI, um, or to build the pathing that they're going to need in order to get around the maze and whatnot, it feels like I'm going to need to have at least the art assets for the humans and whatnot to be built prior to getting that done. So I'm this is gonna be kind of difficult to to work out here, folks. So it's looking like I'm gonna need to do my own art next week on this. Oh, this is not gonna be looking good, I think. Is there a way that I can kind of quickly replace art assets without too much loss? Like, if if I do some artwork, for example, and an artist comes forward and says, your art looks your art looks, but I can do it better, and they provide art assets for me with the animations and the like, or uh, with the frames necessary to make an animation. Can I basically say, art asset, you get replaced by art asset? I don't really know. I'm I'm not familiar with um, the vice sprite. Um, hmm. Okay, so based off of what I can see here, if I get the naming conventions correct, then, or if I use certain naming conventions, such as um, human movement frame 1, human movement frame 2, human movement frame 3, so on and so forth, then if someone wants to help me later on and wants to replace said images with something a little bit better, they can basically go in and say, okay, here's a replacement for frame 1, bam. Here's a replacement for frame 2, bam. And that allows for the assets to kind of remain the same, or uh, the um, the file name will stay the same, but the art contained within that file would have changed. So, but at the same time, if said artist might have some more movement or so, then that might require me to change the movement animation completely on that. So yeah. It might not be, so there might be, and it might be fairly easy ish to just do a overwrite of the file with something new, but that might not be always the best. It might not. Um, Placement might be slightly off. The image might be slightly um, to side or something like that. Positioning might be off. So, but that's stuff that I'm gonna have to deal with next week. Um, so that has been completed. I'm gonna go and move you down here. Let's see, that was issue number 29. Issue number 30. Um, may need to get animation controller to work with art assets in order to get the right triggers necessary. Current art assets do not have animations which are causing a problem with setting up triggers. May need to make art assets to game vision now instead of later. May need help. Alright. Well, that's gonna be it for now there, folks. Let's see. Um, Pixel art or something else. What tool should I use? What is easy to use? What is free to use? Okay. A lot of that's gonna have to wait until next week. I'm not looking forward to it. But, I mean, when you are creating your own game and you don't have a team with you, you're putting on a lot of different hats. So, me being an artist, well, that's just the way it's going to have to be, I guess. I'm not looking forward to trying to do this next week, but that's what I'm going to have to do. So, but that's going to be it for tonight, there, folks. So, these videos will be uploaded to my YouTube channel, so feel free to check that out if you like. I got a link down below on my Twitch channel for you to check out if you'd like. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch channel, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So if you're interested in those, feel free to check those out. I do this daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST. These coding sessions are every Sunday. Um, the building of the game will take a while. I've already kind of um, I've already accepted that. So um, now it's just a matter of trying to um, trying to get to that end, um, try to get to that finish line as quickly as I can, but yet at the same time, um, this is I don't necessarily want to screw up this game that I want to make. I want it to um, I want it to stand out. I want it to be kind of something special. Um, so we got some work ahead of me on that one. Let's see. I got a schedule of everything that I'm currently doing down below on my Twitch channel. So if you're curious as to what I'm currently playing, or in this case working on, that is down below on my Twitch channel, so you can find it there. Um, let's see, anything else? Not really. Tomorrow on Tuesday is going to be my Warframe playthrough. So if you're curious as to playing the game of Warframe, feel free to stop on by my channel tomorrow for that. Um, I also have my Wednesday Warships, where I play World of Warships on Wednesday. So if any of that interests you, feel free to stop on by. Say hi in the comments. Um, I'll look forward to chatting with you about this. But for now, that's going to be it. I want to thank Striker for stopping on by. Appreciate you doing that. Hopefully, I'll see you again next time. Um, if not, that's perfectly fine. Um, I'm always interested in others stopping on by and maybe giving me a little bit of um, pointers or a helpful hand if I need it. I'm probably going to be needing a lot from artists next week. Um, so if you like doing art, stop by next Sunday because you'll be seeing me really struggle with trying to make anything that is worth seeing. Um, So yeah, we got some work ahead of us on that. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, have a good night there, folks. Take care. Stay safe. Stay healthy. I'll see you strangers next time.